All right, pumped to be back with Expedition 33. I've been enjoying this game a lot. Got much better after we got Verso, I think. What's the deal here? Okay. Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, I'm also playing Lies of P right now, which has very different parry timing. This one kind of wants you to parry late. Lies of P wants you to parry early. So hopefully I don't get totally hosed by that. Most people don't play games like that. Thanks, Kami. Appreciate that. 106 months. This is pretty goofy. Also very scrappy and silly. Silver medal. This is just based on time. I hope it's not like exactly 40 seconds. Oh, he just told me. Fuck. Okay, well, I'll pay attention to it next time. There's just a couple branches here, or one branch is slower than the other one. 38. No, shit. Can I restart? Can't? I guess I can jump off a cliff, maybe? Pathetic. Yeah, it's pretty funny. It being so low effort is very charming. Fuck, I probably fucked it up there. Actually, I wonder if the tall one is incorrect. I bet it is. Okay. We want to go on the one on the right instead. Are there any other time saves here that I'm obviously missing? Like, I can't make this first jump by going straight ahead, right? Doesn't look like it anyway. I gotta recreate the fucking Chocobo minigame from Final Fantasy X. So horrible. I think that was the big time save, okay. Is that all that's here is the race? It looked like a pretty big area. Yeah, I don't see anything else. Okay. Each beach only has one thing. Okay. But sometimes it's like technically in the same zone as another beach. Okay. I'll look around for all the stuff I'm missing here. This painting workshop thing is in the air? Question mark.
Swimsuit on. Fastest swimmer.
might be.
Go!
Guessing I'm not able to do this painting workshop entrance right now. Is that true? Beach. I guess I didn't do this cave.
Go!
Okay, thanks.
Cut him down. Some stars. I've lived through worse.
Troubadour. Sinister Cave. Don't think that I get... There's a new ability I want here. Remember if I have it yet. Yeah, I think I've learned it yet. It's gonna be this one. I need one more point. Okay. Hey Arthur, how you doing? Okay. Thought I did see very soulsy item placement there. That's pretty. Whoops. Don't think that was actually very helpful. Ugh. Grapple spots that I can see but can't do anything with. You're really gonna have to backtrack here. Well, that's one of the things I need to do, drop on that merchant.
Useful.
Quarteron. It's dead. Just there to draw my attention to this place to drop down, I guess. Yeah, there's still somewhere else I have to drop to get the other purple item. You should see what that does before I move on. Curse self on battle start. Set curse duration. Curse is just a negative status effect. I don't think I've seen it elsewhere. Might be something like dropping there. Let's see what's this way. Is that going to take me right on top of it? Okay. That was pretty good.
Well, that will help.
I do like that Lies of P mechanic where you get the records and have to listen to them to build your humanity. It's cool. There's something creepy crawling around. This whole cave is a giant donut, but I've played enough of the game now that I just always expect donuts everywhere.
Time to end this.
Let's see.
I've lived through worse.
That works. Chalium. One shield per parry. Wow. Oh, but lose all shields on turn start. Huh. I could see that being really good. If I made her my new solo character, if I ever get enough Luminous to change characters. I think that's all that's in here. I think even if the game, like, put a little marker on things on the map, if you'd done everything there, that would go a pretty long way. I think that must be it.
Interesting.
Color rim. Okay, more shield themed stuff. Yeah. Because I don't think that's a spoiler. You know, if you don't have it, that there's still something you have to look for, right? But it doesn't tell you anything about where you have to go or what you're missing exactly. Okay, if there's anything else that I missed in this cave, I guess let me know. I don't think I'd have any way of knowing, unfortunately. I got a record, weapon from dropping near the dead merchant, a chromatic enemy, and then another weapon. And that was the Sinister Cave. Okay. Don't think anything else around here matters except there's a submarine spot.
Let us get wet.
No earthly way of knowing which direction we are going. Is it raining? Is it snowing? Is a hurricane blowing? The Gene Wilder Willy Wonka might be like one of the greatest adaptations of all time because it's not faithful, and it not being faithful is part of what rules about it. Bunch of things over here. Another.
That's the swimmer.
As close as I've gotten to the Paintress. Probably find that she looks like she's doubled over and crying. I'm sure the Paintress is unambiguously a bad guy, and we're not going to learn anything new about her.
Avril, 40th Expedition. Gigi and Edmund were leading. They were on a clean glide to the monolith when they flew into some sort of barrier and just...
Yes.
Gommaged away. Our gliders are useless without a way past the barrier. Bernard's going to explore on foot, see if there's an entrance. But in the meantime, we might as well make ourselves at home. I guess I'll try my hand at fishing. Assuming those sea Nevrons left any fish for us to eat. Rest in peace, Gigi and Edmund.
Should go turn in journals at the Gestural Village at some point.
Acceleration! Let us get wet.
Another one that I can't go into yet. Tell by the evil look in her profound sorrow. This island I can't actually get on. Classic. Already did the crows. I guess probably this island here. Maybe go see what that is. I'm just following the perimeter. I guess if I missed something, you can tell me. But... okay, I think I did everything over here already. Just making sure. Looking at this big face in the water. Can't go underwater yet. Outside the zone. Okay. I thought there were only 2 ways out of there.
Time for a swim.
Fast way to get there, I don't think.
Time for a swim.
Is that the only major thing I've missed that's behind me?
On.
Okay. Quick, make sure I'm learning stuff here. Actually, don't want that, but should be fine. Let me get rid of that, because it's anti-synergistic with my build. It's weird that the enemies on the map after you get SKA are all scaled to SKA, but you can't attack with SKA to trigger combat.
down.
I mean, just the zone design in general. Before you get him, I think that it's pretty reasonable to kind of walk around that starting region, and then they just kind of scale everything up, so it only makes sense if you're running around at this big guy. Okay. Try to find this exit you're talking about. Was it something that only opened up after this boss died? I think generally this game hasn't done a particularly good job of like drawing your attention to when a door is closed and then opened by a plot event. I think they're trying to do a thing where it's like you go get Minoko and then on your way out you fight that stalactite monster, and like fighting the monster like broke through a barrier before, but I don't think the player had any reason to believe that that barrier was a door previously, right? I thought I came this way before, and it was just a dead end. Yeah, I wonder if, like, after you leave with Minoko, this room changes? Oh, thanks. Shortcut. Oh, maybe I can go check. Yeah, I don't know how this screen got here. Unless if, like, Minoko left my party. Or when I left the zone with Minoko, they, like, reconfigured the area where you get him. Oh, is it over there on the left? Thank you, I didn't see that at all. Come on, Verso. This is why we have invisible walls, Verso.
Expedition 65, Aurelian. The Grandes have embraced us with such warmth and hope. What a balm for the soul to know that other beings survived. That we in Lumiere are not alone. It truly is a miracle. The Grandes retreated to higher ground after Neverons overran their lands. It is bittersweet, but at least the most important parts of their civilization will survive. Their children. Fortunately for them, they do not appear affected by the Gommage the way we are. It is painful knowing our expedition has failed. But at least we can enjoy our final days among friends.
Yeah, that's cute. I see. It's kind of like the old Lumiere thing, where after you leave with the event with Renoir, there's just paths that now exist that weren't there before. It's not clear that they opened up.
Good stuff.
Energizing pain.
Hmm. 'Tis 'tis. 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 'Tis.
think I just got turned around. I don't think they should do that. I don't think they should add exits to areas after you leave them. Because in my brain, it's like, I really try to thoroughly check every nook and cranny, and then I'm like, okay, this area is done now. Unless if I have some like really compelling reason to think that
Nice.
I left something behind there. More Ferris wheels. Oh yeah. You probably could have done that. Never.
Nice.
I think I need to get even more of those to be able to equip Cheater. I don't think I have Cheater equipped. I was doing this last time. I have it for free, right? Yeah, okay. If I invest it on Verso, then I can give Cheater to somebody else, is kind of the argument. Danger. My middle name. Hey, Ben. Heard a rumor that you were a baby. Please don't rub your face on the HDMI cable. Why do you go? I think you know there because I say something whenever you do it, so you know that it's annoying. Sorry if the capture
Brings back
card
memories.
flickers.
Why?
We lived on this mountain together for some time.
Romantic.
Ben, he's just sitting on top of the HDMI splitter for the capture card. Some people's cats, man.
Remember those stalactites, Monaco? Aren't they terrifying?
Either lived through worse.
Might actually be able to get him the attack I want here. Okay. SOS Rush. It's like worse to have partially leveled it. It makes it harder to see in the list since it's like slightly desaturated instead of being gray. Into Kingsfield, you're right through here. Yeah, I wish I had come here earlier. I didn't know it was here. Okay, let's do... Still want to have cheap stuff, I guess. Oh, did this not open immediately when I got Minoko and left the zone? That'd be fun. Damage to one enemy, so we still want Phantom Stars here.
Phantom Stars.
I really had to work for it a little bit here, though. It shows me a portrait of who the item is for, right?
Well, that will help.
So we'd come out from there, okay.
Thibaut, Expedition 51. Shortly after dawn, death was a kindness, for Maxim was in a great deal of pain. Pain we couldn't help him carry. Tomorrow comes, and it comes for us all. May it bring you the gift of peace, and not just the gift of sorrow. No one else will ever understand. Not the way my fellow expeditioners understand. Maxim, Clement, Fabien, Guillaume, Carla.
Yeah, it's fine.
We're
I
bound
recognize
by
that that's the
something
case, but
deeper than blood or love. There is a shared unity, a shared trust, born from all we've been through.
it was fun beating
We
Sprung
carry each
early.
other's lives in our hands. There is no greater intimacy. I'm no longer lost. I know exactly who I am now, and exactly what I'm capable of. Life is not easy. Life was never easy. But we have each other, and that makes all the difference.
I think what I'd probably do is I'd implement some kind of like death blow system like Sekiro where like damaging the enemy only does so much. You still have to like break their posture, and that requires parrying all their attacks perfectly at least once. Not for the main game, because that's going to alienate a good part of the audience that it's reaching now, but if you wanted to have all these systems in place and not feel like leveling up was undercutting the cool parry gameplay, I think that's the way you do it. Ow, that sucks. Sucks real bad, actually. Everything else is the wrong damage type. So I'll get to do a parry, maybe.
Bring it on. Cut him down. Phantom Stars.
Played Rhapsody, a musical adventure, on stream recently. It's an extremely bad game. Very, very poorly put together JRPG. And it kind of disappoints me because, like, the idea is that it's supposed to be like a Disney musical but a JRPG, which I think is a really good idea. It just is very uninterested in the game part of it. Probably should have just been like a walking simulator or visual novel or whatever. But while playing it and being frustrated with it, it kind of unlocked a thing that I've felt in my heart that I haven't been able to articulate so far playing Expedition 33. And I think the problem with this game, the stuff that feels unsatisfying for me, is that with very few exceptions, I feel like this game was made with nothing but love in its heart for some of the best games of all time. You know, most of them JRPGs, but also stuff like Sekiro and Dark Souls, right? And what I don't detect is... I use the term, there's no hatred in their heart whatsoever. They've never played a game and didn't like it. But I talked about it with Andrea, and I was like, I don't want to use the word hatred because I don't want to imply that game developers should feel hatred. There's no, like, dissatisfaction, right? Like, the only mechanic in this game that strikes me as someone played a JRPG and was mad about it is the consumable system, where in every battle you have like 3 potions, ethers, and phoenix downs you can use. So somebody was like annoyed by the 99 elixirs problem, and they were like, I don't like that, I'm going to fix this in this game, you know? But like every game you play has little things that show dissatisfaction of the heart in the heart of the artist. Like you play Monster Sanctuary, which is obviously made by people who love Pokemon to death, but the game is like filled with signs of how much they hate Pokemon despite loving Pokemon. There's all these things that despite them loving Pokemon, they wish they could just fix. It's the same with Pokopia that I played on the stream. It's even the same with Lies of P, which was really surprising because Lies of P is like so faithful in its adaptation of a Souls-like to the point there's sometimes where I'm like, did they like rip that off? Did they like steal some of those character models from, did they like rip them out of a Souls game and just adapt them directly to be as accurate as possible? But then you like go to level up in Lies of P, and that menu indicates that the developers of that game are clearly very irritated with the way consumable souls work in Souls games, right? Because they let you project how much the consumable souls are going to give you, or they tell you how close to a level up it's going to put you, right? And like whenever you stagger an enemy, they make it really clear that the enemy is staggerable, and then there's a very, very clear indicator for whether I think I'm not gonna be able to hit these guys. Let's see. Very clear indicator as to whether you can do the visceral attack follow-up from staggering them. So even though they like love Souls games, obviously, or they wouldn't be like adapting them so specifically, there's something about Souls games that kind of annoys them. And I can't help but shake the feeling that that doesn't really exist for Expedition 33, that like they love some JRPGs. They obviously love, you know, Mario RPG and Final Fantasy 9. I don't think I can do anything if this happens. Can I like pass my turn, skip turn? Got fire. So what I was gonna say, I would prescribe that these devs should play a bunch of terrible JRPGs. They should play Rhapsody. They should play a bunch of bad like RPG Maker games, so that they can develop a bit of a like feel for shit that sucks for whatever they make their next game. I think you have to have a little bit of a chip on your shoulder, right? That's important for making great art too.
Please survive.
Oh shit. It's interesting that I guess she had 1 health there.
Let's dance.
Hey, I got a counter. Late.
Let's dance.
Late.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter.
Okay.
Hey, I don't think I deserve that, but I'll take it. They enjoyed the broken FF6 endgame. They wanted you to build toward that, like finding a broken build is the goal. Yeah. I think that most of the things I've complained about in the game kind of arise from this like it's a good problem to have. Like it's great that the game is so incredible because it's just like, let's put in 50 amazing features from all of these games that we love unconditionally, right? But I wonder if they had ever gotten really annoyed by a dungeon in a bad RPG, they'd have been like, you know what, we should make sure that our dungeon makes sense to navigate, right?
Good stuff.
Or they played a game that ought to have a mini-map but doesn't, you know what I mean? And it would be appropriate for a game that's all about light and dark to have a little bit of dark in there. Like, I love seeing that devs are pissed about other games. It makes me feel connected to them. You're like, oh yeah, that crafting in Animal Crossing is really fucking annoying, huh? Pokemon Pokopia devs.
Good stuff.
I agree. Oh. Do these count as the special Nevrons that I'm not supposed to fight? Because I just parry. I'm not going to fight them. Just making sure I don't accidentally kill them. Late. I failed the same one. I guess the timing on that one's a little bit later than it appears. Come on. Great. I had to go through this dialogue every time to reattempt it, which is too bad.
I'll do it.
Can't quite do it with sound. Probably do it with the visual. Remember to parry late in Expedition 33, not early like in Lies of P. This, for example, is kind of a recurring issue where you're standing in front of an NPC that you want to reattempt, but you're standing slightly too close to be able to just reattempt it again, and then there's like multiple lines of dialogue. Shit. Oh, that's cool, Chaos. At least I get to practice the attack then. But it's like, you guys, you need to play Ocarina of Time and listen to Kapora Gabora, the owl, and fuck up when he says you want to hear that again and say yes and be annoyed by that, right?
Ready.
Alright, keep going. early on the third one. They love talking to the owl over and over again. Too much love in their hearts, not enough hatred in their hearts. I think I about had it there. Okay. Basically, the third one's always a little bit later than the animation and sound imply. I think that's true for all art. I think it's true for filmmakers. Like every filmmaker is inspired by other filmmakers, right? But there's got to be something about it that kind of like, if I did that, I would do it differently. Get it. Yeah, I know, right? It's like during testing, you have to test this. So you have to know that this is the experience, right? Of having to walk away slightly and then walk back forward and then mash through all the buttons. Yeah, definitely don't default to yes, and do you want to hear that again? Ah, shit. This is going to be forcefully retraining my brain for this instead of Lies of P, and then Lies of P is going to take me like an hour to get used to it again. Okay, let's go. Almost be faster to just learn on the enemies in the area to not have to wait for that to play every time. I was one away when I failed before. That's painful. Okay. New outfit unlocked. I do not want to kill you. So that's like the other special Nevrons, that's a choice. Or is there any reason not to do that? Okay, thank you. Do the thing over here first. Oh shit, I hope it didn't change my party. Let's see what happens. It didn't, okay.
I've lived through worse. Phantom start.
How am I supposed to get up there? Jump from there? Ugh. Burning Break. Seems pretty good.
Maximum damage.
Extreme physical damage.
Last ditch effort.
Oh shit, I didn't see those pop-ups in time. Oh, I didn't understand that that used up the turn. Shit. That's not good.
Just try it. I'll manage.
I thought that Steeled Strike was you do that at the start of the next turn and then you get to take a turn, but it uses the second turn, so it's actually only 6.5 hits. Oh, that was not worth going for at all. Shit.
My turn. I'll manage.
It's still slightly better than my
Lovely.
6-hit attack, but it's probably not as good as shooting the gun 9 times and then punching them. Oh, we'll see. This would have been great to visit as soon as I was able to. I probably would have had to learn all the parries for everybody.
Maximum damage.
Can you respec the skill tree? Okay, I'll just do that then. only luminous that you can't?
Good stuff.
It's cool. Ben. You a baby? Why is this here? Somewhere I'm meant to be able to drop down onto that's new. Sorry, I'm trying to pet Ben and play at the same time. Oh, that's too bad. It seemed like it'd be a reward for going in this train thing. I can't even like hook back from there. Is this supposed to like enable me to drop on? Oh, I see. Okay. Thought I was gonna get there from a cave. Literally, like if I just like fall, no, I need to jump a little early. Oh, there's a fucking thing there. I couldn't even see that. Jesus.
Good stuff.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, I also could have just got it from here. Okay. I remember there's a path over that way that I gotta do.
Time to end this.
Now, this is a case where I think I actually do want to do Sealed Strike.
I'll manage.
I'm gonna have to learn this guy's attacks.
My turn.
What does Blight do again?
I'll manage.
UTE comes out really earlier than I'm expecting. Uses max HP. Yeah, okay. I'm trying to learn his attacks.
Careful, Mael.
I feel like most of the attacks have that high-pitched parry sound, but it's not reliable enough. can't hear the sound for that one at all, fortunately.
Finesse and precision. Ready to parry.
Probably shoot the lantern. Try that when her turn comes back up. Oh, is the Blighted Wave not parryable? Doesn't look like they did an animation there at all.
Let us stain them.
I see. That's cute. That may be too slow if I let them keep going. I don't have a lot of source of repeat damage here. Yeah, I think that the Blighted Wave, just nothing you can do about it, it looks like. Unfortunately, that consumes her stance, which isn't great. Now that I think I know the attack timing a little bit better.
I'll manage. Bring it on.
Let's try doing all the shots and see how that plays out here. Yeah, that looks like that's unavoidable.
I've lived through worse.
It's way more shots than I'd be getting from using the Sealed Strike. Okay, that's fine. Does this enemy do something special that clears all of my shields?
I think I'll improvise.
Nice, Arthur. Oop, a little late. Probably finish him off with them though.
Careful, my owl.
think Blight just destroys all shields, it looks like. Because it's unavoidable in this fight as far as I can tell.
Margin for error.
The dance begins. Lune, watch out!
Not looking good.
Debuff's the only thing that can't be dodged or parried. So. I would lose stance. Okay, it has to specifically say that it lets me keep my stance. I see.
Ready to parry.
Oh, I was early. That's okay. Energizing burn. It's leveled up. Oh, it is new. That's actually really good. Well, it's okay. I guess it's plus 1 AP is fine. Flight. That's where I just came from. I think that was the other place where I was able to drop down into this room. I wish they clearly conveyed if an attack was intended to not be parryable, because there's like so few of them.
Great.
Clea, don't pull your sister's hair. Bunch of like concept art. It's cute. You get pretty meta with their concept art in a game about art. It doesn't deal damage, doesn't count as an attack. Okay. So anything that's able to damage you can be parried, period.
Well, that will help.
Great.
Turn annoying with my fire elemental weapon. Let me get a non-elemental weapon.
I think I'll improvise.
Can't use my bullets here, so...
I'll manage. Just try it.
A little bit later than the sound effect.
Just try it.
It's gonna heal him.
I've lived through worse.
I think counters should probably do non-elemental damage. Feels a little weird. I get like having elemental damage on your weapon, but I guess it arguably creates a reason to dodge instead of parry, but one that doesn't feel very good.
My turn.
I guess if I had come to this area as soon as I possibly could have, I probably would have gotten so much XP, it would have made a bunch of other stuff easier as a result, so it's like, I'm gonna lose something that's fun regardless.
Great.
Visible wall. Oh, I must have missed a painter's chest thingamabob. Hold on. Hi, Ben. You mad that Andrea's gone? Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like even just going here would make fighting the hand guys substantially faster. I think that thing makes a distinct sound effect from the thing I'm actually looking for here. Oh, there it is. I'm fucking blind. Antifreeze. Oh, that seems really good. Especially if there's an enemy that does it in a way that's unparryable. Hello, sir.
My turn. Found some stars. I'll manage.
Look at my game performance is down today, and I have no idea why. I don't have this computer literally only exists to run video games, so there's nothing else that could possibly be on it.
End of the line.
Then also this, whenever my game starts to hang like that, the music cuts out, which is really strange. Maybe it's just something with the enemies in this area. Like it'd be really easy to not fully explore this zone. It's very winding.
Last-ditch effort.
Go first anyway. Looped around the. This place is like donuts inside of donuts, it seems like.
I've lived through worse.
feel like I haven't gone anywhere that should cause the enemies to respawn. Oh, I bet fighting the lady to do the dancer challenge respawned enemies whenever I failed.
Last ditch effort.
Donuts. Okay, well, I actually probably want energizing burn if I can make luminous space for it. Costs 10. Okay, I'll have to do it once I leave here, I guess. This is all shit I already did because this is like near the entrance to the area, but I'm gonna rule stuff out here. Kill all the enemies seems like a good way to know if I've been somewhere or not. Yeah, I was here before.
I'll manage.
Late, but not that late. Not that early either.
Radiance. I'll manage. Radiance. Just try it.
That's better.
Not impressed.
Yeah.
Cut him down.
I think I know where I am. Pretty far afield of the place to explore. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. I think I just ended up going and fighting the dancer ladies after already having explored most of the area. And as a result, respawned a bunch of the enemies. Okay. Just try to keep track of where I have and haven't been, I guess. There was another path up here still, and there might still be stuff via the cave there. Area design that makes sense to the person who designed the area.
resting.
It's been a while since I've been here.
Verso.
We used to ski here. Before the fracture. Manage. Radiance awaits. Just try it.
These orbs sometimes get so many shots. You just get to go? Looks like something's broken here.
Bring it on.
Weird.
Just try it. Last ditch effort. Find some stars. I'll manage. Radiance.
I have to wait a whole nother turn. Oh no, okay, you had enough help down.
Maximum damage. Find some stars. I'll manage.
I need to go again. Let's see. Yeah, music cut out again. It's really weird. It's like something's broken in the screen.
End of the line.
Weird cooldown on that. Okay,
Last ditch effort.
that's not good. I just have to pass if he does that, I think. So I can give myself some
I'll
energy.
manage. End of the line. Last ditch effort.
Anyone else recall encountering an issue on this screen where the music cuts out whenever you're in battle?
Just try it.
I want to heal him for no reason.
I'll manage.
We have no reason to do these ever now. At least not with Verso.
I think I'll improvise.
He's heating up.
Ready to strike.
I need to do multiple hits here, unfortunately.
I've lived through worse.
Just removes all this shit here. Well, that's not good. I meant to give it to myself. Whoops. Okay, well, I can do this at least. Just do it again, or do we try to do Dark Wave? Not quite enough. Did I still get the reward? I mean, it gave me XP and stuff, but would I have gotten something different if I'd killed it before it exploded?
Great.
Stalin. Earn on self and turns her. We keep the one she has.
Ready to strike. Last ditch effort. Some stars.
Probably should try to set up a secondary weapon to swap to in case I fight an enemy that's immune to fire. It's kind of problematic at the moment.
I think I'll improvise. Found some stars.
Get enough AP from the double kill here, I think.
I've lived through worse. Found some stars.
Tempted to try to close and reopen the game to see if it fixes. It's a really minor performance issue. I'll wait till I leave this zone and see if it's still happening in other zones. Frame rate is kind of like catching occasionally. It's weird that I have the audio cutout issue. It seems to happen at the same time as the... There's just the BGM. It's not the whole audio. Just the music goes away.
I've lived through worse. I think I'll improvise. End of the line.
Pretty straightforward.
Good stuff.
For all the lack of dissatisfaction in its heart, the consumable system is really smart and only exists because of irritation in other games, I feel like. Keep saying I just want everything to be an Estus flask. It would be really great, like, I don't care about throwing daggers or fire bombs or whatever the fuck in a typical Souls game, but if you gave me a throwing dagger And now I can throw 1 extra throwing dagger per bonfire, right? I might actually be pumped about them. I'd probably still not ever use them, but still more satisfying as a reward, in my opinion. I'm gonna get Tifa's ultimate weapon. Just showing off or so. Oh, damn it. Yeah, like greases. They've made a greases are Estus flasks in Flies of P, which is a good decision, I think. No, that's what's so great about Dark Souls is Dark Souls makes Vancian magic work, because it turns out that like I mean magic in Dark Souls is Vancian magic, and it's like it is awesome because the unit time that regenerates your shit is dying and getting to a checkpoint, which happen all the time, instead of it being based on, like, sleeping, which is really stupid and arbitrary. Guess, am I supposed to be able to, like, block him? Is this a matter of me running at him from exactly the right direction to get him to go straight back, or do I have to do something else here to force him into his little chamber? I can kill this thing. Of course you did. Calculated. I wanted to get the AP. I didn't want to counter him and heal him there.
I think I'll improvise.
That's cool, Serp. Yeah. Got the stun. Really annoying to have 8 AP. That was overkill, because if I had just passed my turn, I also would have had 9 points there, but whatever, it's fine.
I've lived through worse.
He's heating up. I guess he gets to explode no matter what. Okay. That answers the question at least. I didn't do something wrong last time. That's kind of cool, Revenant. I guess I do actually want an answer to this. Is this a puzzle, or is it just I have to like be walking exactly straight on to get him to go back into the little cave over there? That's where I need him to go, but he keeps picking either left or right to run when I get close to him. I'm not sure if I have to like block him from one side, if there's like a movable object or something like that. Am I wrong? Maybe that's not where he's supposed to go. Okay, I thought that was a little platform he has to run on. My bad. Let me find the actual thing he's supposed to go on. Oh, it's that glowing thing on the floor. No worries.
Let's carve a path. Prepare for oblivion. I'll manage. Last-ditch effort. Bring it on. Just try it. Just try it.
Okay. Oh, you do not get a lot of time for this guy. DPS seems really challenging. Maybe I need to have party members up for this to have a hope.
I'll manage.
Maybe if it was possible to break him, I'd be okay. So I get another chance to fight him if I leave the zone and come back. Oh god, that's gonna be such a fucking hike. Oh, how is it? Maybe if I try to maximize my shots and shit.
How could they do this to these trains?
I don't want to rest to respawn him here. I have to go blow myself up to get my stats back. I might have to come back, 'cause I have really good damage, but I know that it's good enough to deal with that dude. Sets health to 1. Oh no. Can't have that. Don't know that that's actually helpful. It will be once I break the... Pretty much all of this is like it's going to matter once I break the damage limit.
Verso.
Yes. I still like trains.
Pronounce it, are you ready at Boccia? It was sort of called Bocce Ball, like B-O-C-C-E. Or if that's an Americanism.
Good stuff.
I'm trying to think what I would do differently in that fight to try to increase my chance of killing him. I guess if I have 3 allies, I don't think I need to be alone anymore to have enough damage to hit 99.99. I could just try a battle really quick with them alive and see if I still hit for the same amount of damage.
End of the line.
Lumen alert.
Useful.
You also get chroma for random battles, right? I haven't noticed on the screen where it shows that.
Manage. I think I'll improvise.
So I think I get more damage by just doing this, as long as he's still ice elemental.
Bring it on.
Give me any AP for that, asshole.
I'll manage.
Why do I not have any energy tints in this? Oh, because it's whenever I rest. It's not every battle. Okay. And I don't rest. That's fine. Just for fun, let me see if I'm still doing 99.99. I think I am.
Not today. Time to strike.
AP on break is nice.
Prepare for oblivion.
Ready. Full deck.
Great place to farm for grandiose chroma catalysts, unless if those are scripted per one-time kill on those guys, and then they can't get them again later. Zone is big in a very bad way. Is that enemy? There's no way that's the last enemy in the zone. Let's see what else is here. Yeah, I'm trying to like delay replaying any Souls games for as long as possible so I can actually try to forget them. It's pretty likely that I've forgotten almost the entirety of 2 and 3 by now, but my ability to enjoy them is greatly improved by knowing very little. I'll never be able to do that with Dark Souls 1. I think that's just going to be completely memorized forever.
I'll manage.
And music cut out again. So weird.
Bring it on.
Let's not parry the orbs, because apparently doing so occasionally will cause them to be able to attack an infinite number of times. So I'm not clear on what was happening there.
Found some stars.
That's cool. Dark Souls 2 has the worst DLCs. Well, there's parts of the DLCs that are good, but the bad parts of the DLCs are the worst thing in like all of Souls, unfortunately.
Oh, this one is huge.
That's fun. Hi again, Ben. I heard that you were a baby and that you don't have any money. Nice. Yeah, the majority of it's really solid. I'm thinking of like the big open ice field area and the gank squad area. The rest of it's great though. Gargant.
Let's carve a path. I'll manage. I'll manage.
3 punches.
Cut him down. End of the line.
Snowstorm arrives.
I'm waiting.
Late on the last one. Oh, we want to have that resist freeze. Okay. Okay, well, that's a thing.
You're outmatched.
Are those cosmetic? Does hitting them not actually do anything?
Not today.
That's interesting.
Bring it on.
Gonna be later than that. Okay.
Bring it on. Just try it. I'll manage. Last ditch effort.
Equip the
Not impressed.
immunity to freeze next time.
Oh well.
That's my concern.
I'll manage.
I'll have to attempt them again here in a second. See where it puts me here. What's it called? It's freeze something. It literally just hate this goddamn menu. Anti-freeze. Okay, I guess that makes sense.
I'll manage. I've lived through worse.
Do this while I can, essentially.
Careful now.
Rude.
Maximum damage.
Okay.
I'll manage.
Break.
Do me in.
Incoming. I've lived through worse.
Attack Verso, please. Stop doing that.
My turn.
Not today.
Might be the best to leave her dead so that he always focuses on Verso.
Just try it. I'll manage. Prepare for oblivion. I've lived through worse.
Really do not have the timing on that one either.
Just try it. Oh well. Just try it. Maximum damage.
Not the timing on that at all either.
Prepare for oblivion. Not impressed. You're outmatched.
Doesn't actually hurt me, which is nice. I'm gonna use the gradient charges with her, I
What's yours
guess.
today?
End of the line. Not impressed.
I do not have the
Let's play.
feel for that at all. It's
I'm
like
waiting.
the sound effect is way too early for when it usually is.
I'm waiting.
I think, how do I want to actually do this? Maybe see what my options are for Verso's weapons really quick. Maybe if he doesn't have a fire weapon. Okay. My next best weapon is going to be this one, which is Ice Elemental, so okay. That would be nice to be able to change those mid-battle. Did it actually remember that I changed? It did. Okay. So I can see if she can afford to have, like, anti-freeze. Shouldn't make a difference. I'm probably not going to pick her up, but...
Cut him down. I'll manage.
Probably shouldn't do that while he's in ice form. Keep it in mind for next time.
My turn. I'll manage.
I really hope the performance issues are specific to the zone. It's fucking with my ability to parry here. Now I get to switch stance at the end anyway.
I'll manage. I think I'll improvise.
So are those orbs supposed to be hittable?
Not impressed. Cut him down. Last ditch effort.
I think so, not 100% sure. Okay.
End of the line.
Yeah, the like every time he backs up to do that, my game frame rate dips, and it's like really throwing me off for some reason.
Ready?
Let's finish this.
Take your shot.
I'll keep fighting him and just try to deal with it, but at some point I might try to just restart the game to see if it fixes the problem, because I haven't had that ever with this game before. Fortunate.
Time to strike.
Cut him down.
Try shooting these orbs. I guess they're not red, but you said sometimes you can target stuff that isn't red. I'm not gonna worry about it, I guess.
Prepare for oblivion. My turn.
Now I'm doing sub 99.99. Okay.
I'm waiting.
I thought I shot them before and then they just like
Hey,
no-selled it, like nothing happened. Maybe I'm crazy.
let's play.
My turn.
I have to double check. It's in my FAQ if you want to scroll all the way down there. I don't remember.
Eyes up, Verso.
CL, incoming.
I think the actual problem here is that he's not at 10% health.
Try me. Let's play.
That doesn't break. I do want to trigger a break here.
Lady Luck smiled today.
Let's have some fun. I've lived through worse.
Full deck. Death, it's a friend. Try me.
I'll manage.
I intend to heal you, sir.
I'll manage. Oh well.
Smash combo, that's new.
Oh well. I've lived through worse. I'll manage.
I'm getting my problem of my eye line for that attack because the QTE comes up so early and I'm still kind of looking at Verso. Anti-burn, that's nice. So got something else for somebody? It's this one, right? That's kind of cute. It's very like ice block in World of Warcraft. Just take it because it's the highest damage. Do I know where to take this Eternal Ice thing already? Or should I know that?
Interesting.
Oh, okay, thank you. Oh, that's a really weird choice. It just exits you out the way you came in. I thought it was going to be a new zone, and I could use that to go try to fight the Petanque again. All right. And also, there's a bunch of explorable stuff on the complete opposite end of the zone. Fuck, man. Oh, this is a video game. Whatever is the highest level. Just so she can do more damage when I occasionally res her. Interesting that leaving the zone doesn't respawn enemies, it seems like. Yeah, I don't think, maybe I'm not paying close enough attention, but I feel like CL's abilities aren't as clearly conveyed on the screen as some of the other characters. Or require you to see more than one piece of information and they only show you one piece at a time. I get Lune's stains, that makes perfect sense. I get the perfection score for Verso, that's pretty straightforward. Male stances are fine, it makes sense to me. It's one of the paths I didn't take last time. Not sure, because it respawned a bunch of enemies. I understand the basic idea of CL, that she's like building foretell stacks and then she blows them up, but she also has a whole bunch of other things, like what card she has out, whether it's Sun or Moon, affects how much HP she gets. Okay, this isn't the exit that I wanted. And I haven't really used Minoko other than to blow him up at the start of battle, but I kind of got the idea with him that he has this like a wheel that rotates through, and each thing on the wheel prefers different monster families, or some of his abilities have different like associated families with them. I think this will take me eventually where I want to go. Some of them respawn. It's weird. A bunch of the enemies at the beginning of the zone did not respawn, but these guys did. Urso's health is not low enough right now. I think it needs to be. I'm gonna have to come back and fight this thing, I think. It is kind of annoyingly out of the way. Sure. Yeah, I agree. This name. Like I said, all they had was love in their heart. So I don't think that the area design is bad because they're like super proud and hubristic and think they can do no wrong. I think they just didn't think about it. They're just like, I've never played a game where the area sucks to explore through. In fact, the areas they seem most inspired by, Souls levels, but nothing but happy, happy, joy, joy feelings from those. So if we just design pretty looking areas, it'll all work out, right? Like playing Lies of P is interesting because it also has very Souls-like level design, obviously, but I've never had that feeling of being lost for a second, ever. Those actually look kind of cool. I haven't been doing any cosmetics, but... Was that guy there the whole time? Did I just miss him when I was climbing through here before? Oh, I clearly missed stuff here. Oh, hello.
Maximum damage. Last-ditch effort.
Some fuck shit's happening. I just got to go 3 times. Was it because I had 2 actual actions in the turn order, so but I didn't get to go 4 times. I got to go 3 times. It's weird. I gotta do the AP math here. So once I leave the zone, I'll... get the burning AP thing, which will help a bit.
My turn.
Lovely.
I think this is just a convenient shortcut. It's funny. Oh, that is a sin. I don't think they should ever do that. That's really, really bad in my opinion. With the way that they've done grapples, if they didn't do grapples this way, it would be fine. Basically, there's like a Y intersection there with 2 grapples in 2 different directions, depending on where you stand ever so slightly. Be fine in something like Sekiro, but because grapples are basically just a little teleporter that goes from one spot to another. So I think the extra stuff I thought was below me here, but maybe there's actually nothing down there. Did get the mime though. I think I'm gonna go ahead and use this wardrobe thing I just got. What the fuck is this? It's too cool. World of Warcraft. It needs to have giant pauldrons, right? Mm-hmm. Kind of looks like the Soul of Cinder. There's two of these guys. I really don't want to fight him. There is two.
Cut him down.
She's also fire elemental.
I think I'll improvise.
Yeah, music cut out again.
So wait. Bring it on.
Well, I don't think they're secret loading doors. I think they're here because they're in Sekiro.
Bring it on.
It's not like a little loading hallway, right? Because you don't really like take a long time traversing through them.
I'll manage. Radiance away. Just try it.
I think when there's like a big stretch of grapples in a row. There was a loading area here earlier. Let's see if I could point it out. That's really strange. Okay. Yeah, exactly. So, like, you can tell it's a... Thank you, this name. I was trying to think how to articulate it. You can tell it's a loading thing if it's, like, a tight hallway where you can't see past the wall that's being occluded, because then it's okay to have the stuff in the distance not be loaded in yet, right? But if you can see what you're traveling to the entire time, I mean, it's obvious it's already loaded. Any section where your character is suddenly forced to walk really slowly, or if they're like crawling through a tight space. Like if I were able to crawl under that, I wouldn't be surprised if they used that to load something underneath it. Sometimes just having a long hallway, but just a hallway where there's still walls everywhere so you can't see outside of them. You do that a lot in Metroid Prime, right? The little hallways where you can restock on stuff are usually loading the next room secretly. Talking about like billboarded stuff, yeah. Okay, let's get out of here. I don't think I missed anything significant here, right? I guess you guys can just tell me. I'm gonna rest to get some of my things back, even though I have to go kill Verso. To your knowledge, it seems like I got everything that was significant. Okay. Maybe like a random Pictos or something. Carousel. Those guys are gonna be too annoying. I need to like run into a battle and just blow up and insta kill them so I can get Verso's health back down to 1. Oh, I guess since I rested anyway, I know I have to go back to Minoko Station to turn in that key item. I should go ahead and go to the camp, though, and plug in some more Luminous here. It's wild. Like, I feel like I've been just absolutely dumping into Verso here, and I still always need points. Okay, so temptation is to try to get out from this weapon if I can. I might actually have the resources to be able to make that happen. I think of these... Physical skill... Yeah, I feel like this one's interesting. It would be nice to have it as a backup. So I'm at 1 health. I don't know, does that essentially mean I start at S rank? And I'm just always at S rank, I guess. The increased light damage doesn't really matter. The +1 APN rank up is useless, though, because I'm always going to be at 1 health. This one? I guess I am critting all the time. Self-heal is unfortunately unhelpful. It seems like actually a pretty substantial amount of my damage is that bonus from being at 1% health, because when I lost that last time, I was doing like 5,000 damage per hit instead of 99.99. And I already have guaranteed crits. So this is one I'm probably most likely to use, but it's really just going to be always a S rank perfection, and everything else effectively doesn't matter. Yeah. It does scale with the right stat. I guess I don't really have any other candidate to catch up to the same tier as my current one. Okay. That's nice because then I'll be able to always be able to cast that one thing for 5 AP. Like we take it for that, if nothing else. Is this really that much better just from being higher rank? Okay, it's still a little bit stronger. I guess because this is, their scaling isn't technically identical. That's interesting. This does scale with defense. Well, I guess both defense and vitality are useless to me, so it doesn't really matter. And then here, the burn damage is fine, but it kind of sucks right now because it hits 1 time in between turns. And yeah, it might be 99.99 damage, but like 1 hit is not competing anymore, so... Okay. See what else I would throw in here. So I probably just want to always be immune to freeze. I probably want to always be immune to burn. Burn in particular, because burn can just eat my shields, which would be really bad. AP on status effect is good. Anything that just gives me plus damage is kind of overkill at the moment. Energy is still good, especially if it's... I'm going to get rid of Energizing Gradient. I'm not going to be using them with him. Battle start AP is unnecessary. Play immediately when revive is kind of interesting, especially with cheater. Guess we can go ahead and take that now. Okay, so update set. Yes. Auto death. Some weapons just have a bit more base damage. Okay. See if this guy has anything new for me.
Oi.
6 of 9, nice. Maybe my issue is just in that one zone, because we're back to being really clean, high performance. I'm like, why the fuck do I only have 100? It's because my auto death setup, that's right.
Esky,
I'm
about.
Dad.
He's not.
Okay, I don't think anyone has anything new to say.
I am speed.
It's kind of funny. Because Verso's death was enough to do it, the other two didn't die, I think. Okay. So, I think I've done basically everything I'm able to do except for these two red things, do we agree? I might get out of here easily. East. Yeah, I could. The problem with her is I don't get to start with 2 allies, so I'd have a max of 3 shields, which I could probably still learn.
Swimsuit on.
I wouldn't mind, but the thing I like about having 9 shields is that it gives me plenty of time to like practice each attempt without having to wait for the game over music to play and restart the encounter. I feel like I still end up having to learn it by the time I win, but a lot of that's going to be waiting for the game over music, talking to her again. It's interesting, I think the enemies that have the failed pop up that then take you out of combat, and then you have to like wait to talk to them and then confirm, are much worse to attempt multiple times, despite them not actually causing a real game over. So I'm also kind of addicted to, when it asks me to swap out to my other party members, if I say no, it lets me retry sooner. I can't do that if it says failed. Let's see. Moment of truth. Does this place... Is it poorly optimized?
The architecture looks very different here.
This kind of place never existed before the fracture.
It's beautiful. Feels surreal.
Painters made a bunch of paintings. The areas that don't make any sense came after the fracture. I think it would have been really cool if they had found some way, even if, like, their ideas and all there's these wild zones that are all, like, going into a painting. If you, like, went somewhere and saw those paintings and they gave you some backstory behind them, so, like, you were looking forward to going to the cool ice and fire zone, right? Which is otherwise just kind of a cool ice and fire zone that's not really connected to the world in any way.
Is she the Axon?
Sirène, she who plays with wonder.
Do you think when they make me feel bad for coming after them, like Shadow of the Colossus?
It's so...
Lune? What's going on?
It's cool.
I
Drugs.
don't know.
She's manipulating your emotions. You have to focus. Remember why you're here. Be careful. They call her she who plays with wonder. But what she really does is play with your head.
Let's move fast before we all lose our minds.
Oh, that's pretty cool. You guys challenge to turn your cool ribbon concept art into a level here? I like your cool, like, floating monk thing.
Don't look at her for too long or you'll go insane. I've seen people jump off a cliff just from looking
shit
at her.
out of Bloodborne. That's cute.
It is mesmerizing.
This dance feels familiar. This is kind of dancing taught in Lumiere.
I don't think so. Never
Unless if that
seen it.
was purely a flavor comment. They made it seem like I have to, like, keep break line of sight. Like it's Frenzy in that zone towards the end of Bloodborne. Hooray! Wait, it still says that counts as no damage? That's funny. I do think they wouldn't have to search very far to find a game that gives you a snowballing bonus like the one they give you in this for taking no damage and make them go, I don't like that. Kind of makes it so that if you're already doing well, it's easier and easier to do better over time. Probably need to make room for anti-burn. So we can get rid of breaking burn. This is probably more expensive than it's worth, given how infrequently I actually get to do that. I see Revive Tint Energy. I'm just trying to see if there's any other clear gray ones I can dump here. Thinking about my power specifically, or just in this game? I think those stat increases do add up.
Gilles, 55th. I don't understand. The weaponry worked brilliantly up to now. Augmenting Pictos with music was
That's cute. I like that.
But the sonics have no effect on the Nephrons here. It's as if they can't even hear our music. They just keep dancing to their own. We're running out of ideas. I miss my girls so much it kills me. It hurts thinking that I could have been home right now playing music while they dance. Rochelle would have given birth by now. I could be holding my first grandchild. Instead, I'm here. No. No. There's still a chance, and someone has to fight for them. I can't let them down. Drums, maybe that'll work. They can't hear our music, but perhaps they will feel it.
The idea that like the different expeditions tried different things with Pictos is really cool, and it's just that Gustava's the first guy to have played Final Fantasy IX.
Nice.
The idea that some of them got further than others, like that's a neat little detail to drop in there, and then we never get to see that game, right? But you imagine that game. It's all rhythm combat. That's my jam. I'm sad that they don't do the Bloodborne Frenzy mechanic. I wonder if they intended to and then didn't have a level. It's probably the other thing that I think I can state somewhat authoritatively. It feels like these levels were all designed art first, and then they tried to find a level in the art instead of making, you know, a kind of basic wireframe dungeon and then trying to put art on top of that. I guess you could say the same for a lot of like pre-rendered background JRPGs where it's like they're literally paintings and then they're trying to put a level on the painting. But even then there's like a kind of attention to what's the path that they're actually practically walking on, right? It makes me wonder if like in Final Fantasy VII they gave the artists, here's how we want the players to walk through this area. Now go ahead and put like some chains and stuff to climb there or whatever, right? Very, very annoying split. Yeah, the pre-rendered backgrounds are at least more constrained. But if they made these beautiful 3D environments and just kind of let the artists like go crazy, you know, make a pretty area. It's a JRPG. The level design doesn't matter. It's just a dungeon where you're gonna like run down different paths. Try to find the optional path that has the chest in it. They built this eastern place up to be like really scary. Don't go there first, whatever you do. But that must be like, for someone who's only doing the main story, they mean don't go there first, it's really scary. Even, I know I have all those busted stuff, but they have like 3,000 health. I would one-shot them even without all my other busted stuff. Yeah, the expedition note stuff is really good. Some of them I think aren't as interesting as the other ones, but if they tried to make them all equally interesting, that would also kind of distract from the ones that are particularly cool. But they didn't like go out of their way to try to give them all a thing.
Great.
Oh. 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 Oh, the extra damage is basically irrelevant. These both look like they're going to be progress. Take this and see. Yeah. It's interesting because there's such a substantial amount of optional difficult content. Like it's really impressive, honestly. I feel like I've played a lot of JRPGs that want you to become overpowered and then only give you like a couple places to show off. But there's like fully like a third of this game I think is like optional difficult content, especially if you do it as soon as you're able to.
Prepare for oblivion. I've lived through worse.
And I'm surprised that they included so much granular extra difficult content and then didn't like think of a system to scale up the normal content if you chose to do it. Oh. Support skills cost 1 less AP is kind of transformative. Perfection gained is increased while powerful is good for me. Scales with agility, not as well. The allies thing doesn't really matter. What is a support skill? I guess I have to go to a bonfire to look at the tree. Okay.
Interesting.
No, no. I hate difficulty settings. I hate them so much.
Yeah.
The game's designed around this. This is what I'm going to be playing. It's okay if I think they made whatever their hardest difficulty the intended difficulty, and then everything else was an accessibility setting below that. The more I'm encountering that, the more I think that that's fine, but... Yeah, exactly.
Useful.
I especially wouldn't do it partway through the game. Like, the thought of doing that causes me so much angst. I can't begin to describe it to you. I was convinced to play, I think it was God of War 2018 on the hardest difficulty, and
Useful.
the extent to which it wasn't worth it on 90% of the game, it kind of just degenerated to, well, we didn't really design this game around the hardest difficulties, so the first, like, third of it is really fucking tedious. Because everything has way too much health, and it's not, like, particularly harder for you to win, you just have to sit there and plink away forever, throwing your axe at shit.
What have we here?
It really pains me in anything that's like trying to be Souls-like, because I have that same feeling with the Star Wars Souls-like games. Well, I guess I only played the one, but there's like 5 different difficulty settings in that, and the hardest one is like 2 above the standard difficulty. So I'll just get the thing I'm missing when I come back in afterward, because it looks like I took progress the first time, unfortunately. These things are essentially grapple points, but you have no idea what the, like, spatial relationship between locations is ahead of time. You already have that problem with grapple points, but you can at least assume, well, it'll be somewhere that I can see, right? I think I've been here before. This is just straight up the fucking entrance. Okay. Tells a berserker you get difficulties mid playthrough. Oh man. I love that kind of thing that just like assumes that you're gonna play it more than once. It's fine if it's like a roguelike or something, if that's like really, really baked into the DNA of the genre or the game, but that strikes me as a hubristic game design decision, right? Like, our game is so fucking cool, of course you're going to want to play our 70-hour JRPG twice. It's like, fuck you. That's nice, at least. Someday I'll be able to state my case about difficulty settings, because unfortunately, my belief about them puts me in a camp with a lot of shitty people. There's a lot of shitty people who are like anti-accessibility, and I am not anti-accessibility in any respect.
Good stuff.
It's not come this way before. Bonfire aesthetics in Dark Souls 2. That's where you can increase the new game plus level of a specific area early and also respawn the bosses in that sub area. Is that right? Been a while since I played 2. It's kind of an interesting idea to be able to advance a zone to a new game plus level early. Although I guess the practical application is usually for like cheese to kill the rot boss over and over, right? Sorry, Mr. Gestural. Refight bosses to get loot from the next new game plus levels. Yeah. I don't think that you can practically use them to make the game harder, because you don't get enough of them to make every zone an additional new game plus level. So really what it does is it's kind of a correction to the new game plus problem I was talking about, where it's like, how dare you design your game around the assumption that I'm going to play it more than once? Like, fuck you. They're like, okay, well, we're not going to do that. We do have some items that only drop on specific new game plus levels, and because we recognize that that's kind of fucked up, we will let you get it on new game plus 0 by doing this shenanigan. I think that that's a pretty reasonable solution to that problem.
Great.
How in the hell? Like, move this thing in order to get it trapped? I feel like these guys are always really simple, but every time I see one, I'm like, oh, does this one have some kind of unique mechanic to get it where I need it to go? Oh, okay. I guess this one actually is, it's not a unique mechanic, but it's a little bit more complex than the other ones.
Great.
I can't believe that let me go back up. It's not going to on the last one? So what, okay, so I get what I get for saying I can't believe it let me do it. I think that there are negative externalities for game design that are generated the instant you commit to having difficulty settings on the title screen. The title screen is the worst possible place to ask the player what difficulty they want to play with.
Oh well.
Or maybe if I counterattack the other one, I will be able to kill it. I forgot that the counterattack's delayed flight.
I think I'll improvise.
I think as a game designer, you use accessibility, there are no problems. If you frame everything as, this is how I intended the game to be played, I recognize you might not want to play it that way, so here are some tools to customize your experience. You basically don't have any problems. You don't have to design the game around, well, what if someone turned on infinite jump, right? But as soon as you on the title screen say, which of these difficulty settings would you prefer, you now have to decide one of two things. You either pick a game that you're actually designing, or you try to design for the average of all possible selected difficulty settings, and both of them are worse than just picking one and focusing on it the whole time, in my opinion, right? Like, is this guy gonna drop a leg? Exclusively play on recommended difficulty. Yeah, exactly, Kaz. Like, recommended difficulty helps me to not be stressed about it a little bit. It still makes me sad, though, when they have a higher difficulty above recommended, because that usually, it almost certainly implies that that higher difficulty isn't designed, right? They did all the design and then they, like, took several of the knobs and turned them up. Which is just never as interesting as making something to be done a certain way, you know what I mean? Yeah. How good are you at pairing? How much side content are you going to do to get powerful? Or two different axes. Difficulty settings interact with both of them. That's correct. Yeah. You get too many things that are talking to each other, mostly in ways that are anti-synergistic with each other, I think is the way to think about it. I could also leftist video essay brain. You got to make the argument that difficulty settings are bad because they represent they're only enforced when games have to succeed under the profit motive under capitalism, right? That, like, difficulty settings wouldn't exist in a great many games if you didn't have to consider, how do I maximize the audience for this game so that I can make as many sales as possible? If artists were just allowed to make art without concern for sales, some developers, sure, would still say, hey, I want this to be accessible to a very large audience, right? But I think, unfortunately, all too frequently, they're not making the decision from a purely artistic, I, as the artist, want lots of people to play this, so I'm going to add these options so that lots of people can see it. They're adding it for this, like, well, we need to, like, pay our employees because they're going to starve otherwise. If we make the super hard Sekiro JRPG. And I'm not like insinuating that I think that the way that I enjoy playing this game is necessarily the way that they intended to, and that, like, the forces of capitalism made it bad. It could just as easily have been the JRPG part, or just as easily been any other part, right? But I guess I'm just arguing that systems like that, independent from accessibility, tend to be there in a way that's in tension with the art, and with the developer intent. Yeah, and which Dark Souls famously successfully pushed back against, right? Like, those games are wildly, shockingly successful. And of course, you know, Capital can never learn lessons in cases like that. They can never be like, oh yeah, you know, you made this game that was kind of deliberately inaccessible in some ways, and it's like sold like gangbusters and everybody fucking loves it. You know? They can't identify their own strategy as being like a turnoff to players, right? It's very like, it bothers me because it's very audience directed instead of artist directed. So I think the dream is that somebody makes really weird art that nobody would have expected that they would have liked it. Like if you just describe most of the coolest things about Dark Souls to somebody in a bulleted list form, it's like the worst conceivable advertisement for the game. They're like, what the fuck? That sounds terrible. especially if you time travel back to 2011, right? But then a bunch of people who didn't know that they were going to love it played it, and they're like, this is the fucking coolest game of all time. Because it's doing something different, because it's realizing that in making these changes to the right way to make games, we left a lot of stuff behind without realizing it, you know?
This place is huge.
Thank Expedition 67 for destroying a lot of the walls to get further. Couldn't progress without that.
Oh, thanks, Expedition 67.
Feels like home.
Okay, I almost certainly missed a path here. Maybe at least two paths. This place is a nightmare. I really don't like these floating monk platforms just because you cannot... It might be one thing if you got in the zone and they like tried to orient you and said, okay, the top level is red, the second level is orange, the third level is yellow, right? So you like knew where you were relative to where you just were, but it's very pretty. I mean, it's a... pretty visual, but don't think it works well as a JRPG dungeon. Yeah, this area has the most egregious which way is progress choice in the game. Because the way I went the first time, which felt like progress, actually wasn't progress all along. I don't know if I ended up exhausting that direction because I bafflingly got to a thing that took me back to the entrance. Is that human nature? Started pulling away. Yeah, a typical RPG dungeon that has a travel mechanic like that would label destinations in some capacity.
Well, that will help. Guess I should try to get this learned while I'm fighting enemies that die in one hit, huh? Oh, those are all a group of enemies? Okay. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Good stuff.
That's... I think I already have Shell from being solo, but could be useful. Like I said, I think this game should be studied. I think that if you go to take a game design class, they should go through all of the different dungeons in Expedition 33 and talk about, like, what's fucked up about them. Because I think it's really interesting, and I think it would be a great, like, opportunity for your class to try to point out different things. 'Cause I think that you'd get...
Well, that will help.
Your class would point out different things. Every different class, you'd get different stuff being reported, right? It wouldn't necessarily be like, here's the right answer. You know, identify what the right answer is. I think many people have reported that Expedition 33 dungeons are annoying and confusing, but can't really put their finger on why. Why do you think there's a problem with them? Or do you think there's a problem with them? I guess you could open up if someone really thinks that it's fine, actually. Okay, thought so. God. Neuroscientists need to study dungeon design in this game. Design a, like, a slime mold maze, right? You know how slime molds can solve mazes? Or, like, put a mouse in a maze that's modeled after a Expedition 33 dungeon.
Cut him down.
Stuff.
I like the game, but Jesus Christ, you can't have two branching paths that both have a one-way... Well, I guess the other one's on a one-way drop, so let's do the non-one-way drop first. Yeah. See, that would be interesting if it was like... If someone has a chip on their shoulder about JRPG dungeons where it's like, isn't it annoying that it's really just constantly branching in two paths and you have to guess which one's progress? But it doesn't present like that, right? It presents like, oh, it just has a fucking shitload of those branching paths, and your brain just has to kind of keep track of what they all were. That's part of why I think it would be interesting to have a neuroscientist study it, because it's like, what's actually happening in your brain when you're solving one of these dungeons? It's mostly an enemy... Cut
him down.
I can use my words... It's mostly a memory challenge. It's, okay, fuck. There were 3 paths.
Prepare for oblivion. Last
I went left at the first one, and then after going left, I was presented with another choice and went right at that one, and then I was presented with another choice and went left at that one, right? Like... Okay, so was the other way progress? We'll go and check here in a second. I think you should, like, connect somebody to a bunch of wires and have them play through these and ask them questions constantly about what they're doing. Equally viable, distinct paths to the end. Where, like, both, when you say equally viable, both have the same amount of, like, optional pickups and stuff. I think that ends up degenerating back to the traditional problem I keep talking about with, like, choice-based games, right? With your Telltale games where you're trying to make your choices matter and you realize that the instant you make a choice actually matter, you're committing to making 2 games. And then if you want to have another choice matter on any of those branches, you're not making 4 games, right? It's just, it's not mathematically possible. So if you did that for every dungeon, you're just committing, I'm just going to make 2 dungeons for every dungeon, and they're both viable. I thought maybe that's what was going on there.
What's that?
The Tisseur. It works for Sirène.
So he creates all of that for her.
We should take it out.
It's pretty cool.
It would definitely be an advantage against Sirène.
YouTube recommended you a video about every completely pointless path in Mario Kart Wii. That's interesting. Whether you had ability to navigate it or not, like Kami, it can be poorly designed whether you tolerated it or not. Wait, so... Hold on. What did it say? Is this considered one of the special Neverons? It's a moral choice? It's not a moral choice, so I should fight it? There's no downside for fighting it? Yeah, it's framed almost like you're going to be punished for doing it.
Perfect.
Okay, well, I'll fight it then, but I'm annoyed that they did that.
Oh, lovely.
Time to end this. Prepare for oblivion. Last-ditch effort.
Anti-charm. Oh, getting more status immunity is probably really important too. Especially if enemies can do it. No other expedition managed that. Double break damage, 9 AP on breaking an enemy. Okay.
No other expedition managed that.
No other expedition had a Lumina converter.
Yet this victory feels hollow.
They even like make a little comment that you should feel bad for it. What the fuck, man? Did they like forget that it should have counted as a moral choice? Yeah, make sure I didn't miss anything over here. Sure. I hit this. I don't know if I interacted with it because we have to teleport around later.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Get rid of that now. Do you want to learn anti-charm? cool looking enemy.
I'll manage.
Sorry they didn't comment on this thing.
Last ditch effort.
Now, Kami, the map savant, did this and was like, oh yeah, this totally, I know exactly where I am in space and time. Think this dungeon is laid out in a way that's stupid and annoying? Skill issue, idiot.
Luke, Expedition 67.
Thank you,
We're out of
Expedition
explosives.
67. Verso
Million
told me
holes in
about
this
you.
place to reach that giant woman in the center. But something weird's going on. Everyone's been swept up in strange emotions. It both feels like us, but also not like us. Marguerite reckons we're feeling the overflow from that giant woman's feelings. Empathic distress, I think she called it. Like her mind is flooding the area with her thoughts and feelings. Maybe we'll just stay here and enjoy the melody.
It's a sad way for them to have failed.
Great.
Okay, well that at least seems to suggest that continuing in that direction will take me to the boss, as does the, like, very fancy tube we just traveled through. So the worm, which was comparably sized to the optional boss earlier, was actually on the critical path.
Useful.
Maybe you could, like, walk around it. It's a weird choice. Okay, so it must be not that way. Or maybe it is? Don't see anywhere else in here for it to go. I guess I can't go up the stairs, maybe? No, it can't. I just approached it from a slightly weird angle.
An advantage.
Time to end this.
That works.
Nalu, ito savo.
Fight the merchant.
I've lived through worse. Phantom stars.
It is nice that now with this weapon I can always cast that no matter what. We have to start a combat.
Sarah,
Defensive stance, fire skills cost 1 less AP. Mark requires an extra hit to be removed. It's kind of interesting. That's pretty good. Greater Powerful is also pretty good. It's like all pretty solid for what I'm doing right now. Once I get break damage limit, it doesn't matter right now, but given that I'm powerful anyway. So waiting on anti-charm. Yeah, I wonder if I had dumped every last point into Verso / Gustav, I might barely have enough to equip everything that I'd want to equip by now, which is crazy. Honestly, really shocked that they don't let you respec that. Okay, so the path without the big snake monster is a dead end. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's like the exact opposite of what I was talking about with Resident Evil 9's level design in the first area, where it's like a really great command of exactly what the developer knows you expect is going on, right? Lots of branching paths, lots of things to do, but lots of anticipating player behavior and taking risks. Yeah, all that stuff's really good. It's like 4 really good items. I think what you do is you set this up and then you do your user testing, and every time the tester gets to a branch, you say, okay, which way are you going to go? And they say, I'm going to go left. And you say, okay, why? Right? And they'll all give different answers, or they might say like, well, you just showed me an optional boss that led to a dead end, that was at a dead end. This thing is comparably sized, that optional boss. After fighting it, it had substantially more health than everything in the area, and you haven't really established a pattern of having mini bosses like that, so I assume it was gating an optional pickup behind it and not made progress. And they go, ah, interesting. We didn't realize that that was the expectation that we were creating.
Then we should prepare before we head.
Game that's just constant which way is progress gags.
She's even grander than I
It's
thought.
kind of the Stanley Parable, yeah. Oh, I should hit the flag so I can teleport here. I keep forgetting to do that.
I've seen this dance before.
worried I'm screwing myself on fast travel because I'm not resting at these bonfires. I do think you could make a funny JRPG dungeon parody game that's just gags like that exactly. Call it Which Way Do I Go? Maybe like 3 or 4 hours long. Because it ends up becoming this kind of funny, like, Princess Bride bit, right? Where it's like, okay, the last 3 times the thing that really looked like progress was progress. So would they do it 4 times in a row? They really had that dialogue that was like, don't look at her, she'll make you go crazy. And I was like, oh, they're gonna do like this Bloodborne thing. And then now that that was just flavor. You can look at her as much as you like, it's fine. Oh, that's cool. Very far plane in Final Fantasy X. And Noko. Do you think they killed Noko just to have something for Noko to see there? I like that they killed Noko either way.
I think I'll improvise. Prepare for oblivion. I've lived through worse.
She looked really cool. Energizing turn. That's different from the... Oh, it's every turn. Or wait. Is that just a leveled up one that I already had? Oh, it's every turn instead of the first turn. Is that the difference? Okay. I'll definitely use that then. I forgot I kind of considered the first turn bonus as comparable since it's so easy to bootstrap yourself. Now, this would be a good opportunity to like scale the boss if I'm at a certain level or I've done certain optional things before coming here, or have like a second version of her that's like palette swapped and nastier and assumes you did all the side content. Back at camp.
Me? You want me to give it to you?
Why?
Why? She's not really annoyed. It's cool.
That was... I saw...
What happened?
I saw... It was... Renoir?
I used to see him in my nightmares too. He can be quite traumatizing.
Well, there's some kind of late game farm for this. You said there's an infinite amount of it, right? For now. Okay, so we want definitely this guy. No, that's not the one that we're particularly excited about. Energizing turn, is it called? Yes, okay. It has 270 speed on it. That's cool. It costs 20 to equip, though. It's pretty mean. Anything that I've learned recently that I want here? Probably the auto charm or the anti-charm.
I recognize that look. What's got you so grumpy?
Those jellyfishes.
What about them? Are you jealous? Why?
I'm supposed to fly too.
Maybe stop losing your rocks then. How do you lose them anyway? Don't you swallow the rocks?
Sometimes I love too hard. I can't control myself and...
Okay, yeah, I see. It's hard to control.
Seems you were right about these expeditioners. A most impressive group.
They've grown on you, haven't they?
Maybe.
They have.
That's nice. I do. I like Minoko. He has died in every battle I've been in with him.
Minoko, let me cut your hair.
Why would I be foolish enough to do that?
Just a trim. You look like an overgrown mob.
He is an overgrown mob.
I beg your pardon. Have you looked in the mirror lately?
Yes, my hair is impeccable. Stop being grumpy. Come on, let's give you some style.
You first, then.
Fine.
Right.
Actually, that does look nice. Okay, I'm in. Style away. Ooh, yes, indeed. This is quite fetching.
Great. We're twins.
I'm gonna keep those. They're a little manly style. That was cool. I guess I need to also make sure that Verso has the Expedition 33 costume. Oh, it didn't automatically equip it. Interesting. Is that the one that has the armband? Okay. It's Samurai? Gestral's pretty funny.
Seems you will.
They've grown on you.
Maybe.
They have.
You have nightmares too. About Omar.
Yeah. He's hard to shake.
Yeah.
In Lumiere, did your parents choose your name?
Yeah, I guess. Why?
Mael means chief and prince, or, I guess, princess.
What are you talking about?
Interesting.
The meaning behind your name.
Oh. What made you think of that?
Nothing.
You said you were an unwelcome surprise.
Glad we're
I
getting
think
these
even though
again.
Your birth was unexpected. It was still celebrated. Your name shows how your parents felt about you. What kind of life they dreamed for you.
Chief. Guess they had bigger dreams for me than I ever did.
Why? What did you dream of?
I didn't.
You must have wanted something for the future.
No. All I wanted back then was to leave Lumiere and see some of the world before I gommaged.
Well, you've certainly done that. What do you dream of now?
I don't know. Still figuring that out. What about you, though? What do you want?
What do I want? I guess I'm still figuring that out too.
Well, what did you used to want?
Music.
Yeah.
Yeah. Before the fracture, I studied piano at the conservatory.
Oh, that
I
tracks.
loved it. I really miss performing at the concert hall. When the lights dim and the room is
Nice little
hushed and the
bit of information about
first
Verso.
notes echo through the chamber.
Look at how good these scenes
I
are.
could just lose myself.
They're way better
Feel
than
the music
Persona
through my
social
fingers
link sequences,
every
and
time
on
I
the level,
play.
probably even better than a lot of
It
BioWare
feels like my heart's about to break from the beauty of the notes.
camp scenes.
That's lovely.
I miss that a lot.
Maybe when this is over, we can fix up the opera house and you can perform for us.
It would be my pleasure.
I want my first concert to be yours. And don't worry, I'll
After
make
this
sure
is
the
over.
room is packed. I'll put up posters everywhere in town.
Oh, no pressure, huh? All right. I guess I'd better start practicing.
Verso Pinky Swear, aw. Yeah, I think that a lot of my issues with the pacing could be solved by just having a scene scoped like one of these scenes, which is like a short back and forth between like two characters at most of the side content zones. Because like you think about, again, I keep coming back to Final Fantasy X, not because it's the greatest game ever, but just because it's a great like standard candle to compare to. When you go to the Cavern of the Stolen Faith to get Yojimbo, it's like a side quest, right? But there's like a scene where Lulu and Waka talk about how that's where Lulu originally went with her first summoner who died, right? And it's like really short, but it tells you something about Lulu. It's a little bit of extra something that's in an area you can completely skip. And just having more stuff like that, I think, would be really nice. Even if it was just like two characters talk for like, you know, 5 or 6 lines back and forth. Because otherwise, it's like you unlock a
right.
ton of these all at once. So you go back to the camp and you listen to all of them at the same time.
The
So
odds
you
of
get
killing
flooded with
exiles.
these cool scenes.
Close, but not zero.
Not 0.
Okay.
One down, one to go.
And the next one is weaker.
Hey, they referred to my choice.
You're always so calm about everything.
Is that a question?
An observation.
I think it would be really funny if this would be a great gag to pull to like say, hey, the one in the east is harder than the one in the west. And then if you fight the one in the east, the one in the west becomes harder as a result. I think they should do that generally, but I think it would be good like player psychology because like if you choose to fight the harder one first, you're almost always going to be delighted at the fact that the next one's even harder, right?
Lune's intense and obsessed. Mael is nervous and eager, but you're calm.
Why is that strange? I guess. Death and I, we've walked a long road together.
I guess that's true for me too.
Death is a friend who will welcome me home.
Home?
Yes, home. With everyone I've ever loved.
You believe in an afterlife?
I don't know. If there is, then I'll see everyone after death, and if there isn't, I'll simply join them in death. I'll be with them either way.
That's an interesting philosophy. For someone so young.
True. I'm not quite as old as you. Why don't you share some of the wisdom you've accumulated over your very long life?
Kind of you to acknowledge my wisdom.
I am indeed very wise. I'm about 3 times your age, so I'm pretty much 3 times as wise.
Yes. You must have many pearls to offer.
Sadly, no pearls. All I can offer is another story.
I'm not really in the mood for stories tonight.
Oh. And here I had prepared something truly dark and heart-wrenching.
Save it for tomorrow. Let's do something else tonight.
What do you have in mind?
That depends. How adventurous are you feeling?
You mean like hunt Nevrons? What?
Pay attention, Verso.
I'm waiting for you to connect the dots.
Oh, you mean, adventure.
You've been alone too long on this continent. When was the
3
last time
times
you
your
seduced
age.
someone?
Not counting Minoka.
He looks like he's in his 30s or 40s, though. So.
I'll admit it's been a while.
So?
Benedict. God, people's cats.
Actually, I'm, a bit sleepy.
Problematic age gap. Sorry,
Go to sleep
Seal.
Then. I'll go be adventurous by myself.
She doesn't take it personally. Despite that, she feels closer to Verso. That's nice. Can it beat 10 hits? I can see those in the menu somewhere, right? Maybe not, actually. Skills. It's 3 times the age of everyone alive. It's true. Oh, here. Whoa. Okay. Nope. Doesn't beat 10 hits.
Do you mind if I play here?
Pretty cool ability. Is that Shadowheart? Is that Miles' voice actress? Probably not, right? Because it's the French voice actress. Get it, SKA.
What song was that? I feel like I know it.
Yes, an old song I used to play to my sister.
Can you play another?
Sure.
Just playing chopsticks.
Yeah, all night. Okay, ready?
Are you ready?
I am ready. I will need a bit of space. All right. SK, you ready?
Game has a lot of triumphs. I think Verso is a really big triumph. I can't believe they made him work. They did a great job with him. I think they had to pay for it a little bit by having the Gustav sections be a little bit longer than... I'll talk about it when we get to the credits. I just think that they were stuck with Gustav. Like, it's great that Gustav is here. It's great that Gustav dies. I think that was all a perfect plot decision. But once they committed to having Gustav, they couldn't do it too early because it wouldn't hit if it happened like 2 hours into the game. Especially after you lost, I already forgot her name from the beginning of the game, to the Kamaj. So they were basically required to have him around for at least like 8 hours or so. Sophie, that's right. Thank you. And I think they weren't able to like start working on what they actually wanted to work on until after he died. Creepy Isle of Faces. Sad the map isn't marking all of the submarine locations. I'm gonna have to track those all down manually later.
So this is Visage Island.
He who guards truth with lies.
Bro, how big are you actually?
Faces.
An infinite sea of them.
He's like much larger than he usually is. Okay, it's fine.
Well, that will help.
Is the island singing?
This melody.
This is creeping me out.
Pretty cool. Very like never-ending story. Labyrinth.
What's it doing?
It's not attacking.
Was that an invitation?
So it seems.
Feels like a trap.
I don't mind a straightforward path for once. Better than battling through a mountain of Nevrons.
No, Verso's right. Something feels off.
It's cool. Gravelord Nito.
Oh, I'm harmless. You don't need those.
Well, if you're harmless, then these weapons will stay harmless too.
It's a pretty good line.
Well, Visage invites you to join him in his chamber at the end of this path. I assume that's why you're here.
Where do the other paths lead?
You're free to traverse them. Masks
Oh, I will.
are not just to obscure, they may also illuminate. Look for the masks that you need.
Meaning?
The invitation stands.
Well, head straight to the Axon. Or take the other paths.
You talking about like the Game Awards or something? Are there other voice acting awards? Love Andy Serkis, and he does a great performance in this game, but I feel like we're under-servicing our career voice actors. I need to like fight something so I can be dead.
Prepare for oblivion.
Okay. Gain a shield if a sun charge is active. That's pretty good, actually, if I were to switch to using her at some point. I got completely lost track of which way I came when I came in here. I think this is the entrance. I'm just making sure. It's not. Okay. No, it was. Okay. All right, so straight from the flag is back to the beginning. We have like a central hub and spoke thing going on here. What is...
Yeah.
Okay.
Everything's destroyed.
Normally, I enjoy a little destruction, but this doesn't feel right.
Update set, yes.
Right.
It's rage.
Cool.
Good stuff.
Oh, lovely.
Great.
Art
Unknown.
can be a window, and art can be a mirror.
Sounds like Grimoire.
Great art is both. Son, you'll never be a true artist if there's always a mask between you and the viewer, especially when the viewer is you.
It's cool. Not an actual path, okay.
Well, that will help.
Double burn. It seems potentially really busted with some of the other setups I've got available. Okay, so want to equip that. Figure out something to unequip. Eventually going to want greater powerful. 20. Problem is, if I unequip something temporarily, I'm not going to remember that I unequipped it later on. I've already missed some places to explore behind me.
What have we here?
Death bomb hits their shields. I don't know if these guys respawn. They might have been the guys I saw at the beginning. Yeah, this is where I started, but the enemies came back. Okay. Let me try to do this systematically. Always go right. So this little tunnel led to the manor, and that other thing apparently went around and brought me back to the beginning, so... That looks like that's where I'm supposed to go, so let's do that last.
last-ditch effort.
Contorso. Switch to rank S on break. Base attack can break. Is that triggers a lightning strike on critical hits another source of damage?
Nice.
That's potentially like insanely busted and worth taking just for that. Ooh. Well, it's overkill right now, but I do want to learn it for later. I think what's the use case here, because it's like... It's not great for gunshot. It's not great for base attacks. Not great for something that costs 9 AP to use. Maybe it's maybe it increases the damage on like a counter attack, which would be nice to burn some of the extra AP. It says on every damage dealt, so I assume it also applies to counter attacks. Yeah, awful for guns. Agreed. I need to level up that weapon that does a lightning strike on critical, because that might literally double my damage. Like, even without the break damage limit, if it does what I think it does. Sad I'd spent all of my catalysts. It's like they let you aggressively respec the stuff that you don't really need to respec. The stuff that would be really good to respec, like weapons and luminous, you're just kind of fucked on. It's funny. What element is it? I guess maybe I still want to have 2 element options at a high level in case. Contorso. Lightning. Yeah, it's a problem in Souls games, and they basically just inherit all of the problems from Souls games, unfortunately. Also, would be fine if it was like, you know, you're upgrading your weapon efficiency or something, and then every weapon scales up to however many stones you've spent on that character, and it's not bound to specific weapons. I guess it's a way to put substantially more, like, item pickups in the game, because you need to get lots and lots of them to upgrade all your stuff to max for all your different characters, but... Okay, I think I've explored everywhere here. I'm blown away that I'm allowed to walk on this. It would have been certain there would have been a invisible wall there. I would spend the recoats like crazy if I could spend them on weapon respecs, especially the luminous respecs. I probably would have tried another character other than Verso. It's true, yeah.
I'll manage.
Clear him. It's like a trick question. Didn't seem like. 2 AP once per turn. Well, don't say critical hits if it's once. Okay.
Did you hear that?
That was the Axon.
Destroying these masks seems to hurt him.
Then let's keep doing that.
All right, so we already went right. Guessing this is the sadness path. I like this theming better. The areas are like paintings, right? Yeah. Good ol' reverse music. Yeah, painful, spiky.
Prepare for oblivion.
I'm learning a thing. Sadness Veil.
I know they're Nevrons, but
I think I'll improvise.
Guy's barely alive. Oh, that's why he's barely
Not
alive.
impressed.
Didn't mean to interrupt you there. Let's get this out of the way while everything's dying trivially. Wish I knew how much damage I was doing over the cap.
I think I'll improvise.
They just have to be allowed to do their shit at the end, I guess. Exhaust immunity would be great. He does, yeah. My cheater turns getting priority over their on-death effect. That's pretty funny.
Good stuff.
These enemies are really cool looking. You want to fight them in an actual Souls Lake.
I'll manage. I think I'll improvise.
Did counter 2. Seems good to have more of those. Although it's overkill at the moment, so I'm not going to bother with it just yet.
lovely.
Last cannon. Oh yeah, what's the mechanic? I think since they put so much work into the custom like enemies and their counters, I think this would be a really great candidate to have something like Final Fantasy X's Monster Arena. Go back and refight all of them and just have them use all of their same attacks and shit. Just scale them up so that it's scaled for the end game. Normally, I think the Final Fantasy X Monster Arena is kind of blood from a stone content, but in this game, I think it would be really cool. He gets infinite turns until you counterattack him. That's cute. That was weird. Okay.
Let's have some fun.
Perfect.
Too sad to attack.
Expedition 39. Albert. Edith's not back. So until then, we stay on recon. All these masks are freaking me out. Fucking creepy. I swear I could hear one of them singing. The Nevrons around here behave so strangely. Almost like they
They're
don't
tired.
really want to kill us. They still do, though. This place is making me crazy. Maybe if I wore one of these masks, they'd leave me alone.
I've been pretty busted in plenty of JRPGs before, but this might be a record. I watched Andrea play through Final Fantasy V recently, and I was just struck by how cool the boss design is in that game compared to every other Final Fantasy. It's like every boss fight is this weird custom puzzle. Usually there's like a job that solves it, but you can technically do it without using that. Kind of interested in checking out. I heard there's this thing called the FF5 Job Fiesta that they do. Maybe it's once or several times a year for charity, where you like... You sign up on this website and it tells you what jobs you have to use for the playthrough, and then you play Final Fantasy V committing to those job restrictions, and the game is beatable regardless of what it gives you. Sounds neat. Let's get Augmented Counter 2, even though it's going to be overkill for now. Yeah. Yeah, there's all kinds of cool shit. Like, there's like a boss fight that's like, hey, here's 4 enemies, and each one of them is immune to one kind of element, and they all have to die simultaneously. It's like, oh, that's kind of neat. It's like actually asking me to think in a JRPG. What the hell? Yeah, do it twice, right? Give me a 999 damage cap at the beginning. It does a lot of heavy lifting for, like... If after Gustav dies is Act 2, and we haven't... Well, maybe it literally is Act 2, didn't it pop up and say that? I was just thinking, like, in terms of that being a big point in the story. Everything from that point until now, I think like the first half of Act 2 has been pretty decent, even though I've been able to get pretty overpowered just because the damage cap prevents me from getting too strong. But in the back half now, everything's dying in one hit again. And it does feel like any of the like main story content, they like went out of their way to make it particularly easy. It's shocking, especially going to what they said was supposed to be the harder boss first, and like every enemy there doesn't even have 10,000 health. Get these devs to make an FF5 like, that'd be cool. I'd be interested to see their take on the job system. I love the job system. Joy. Final answer. Nail. Final answer. Gom mage job. Jesus. Yeah. That's the only thing that makes sense. They balance literally on 0 side content. Reach level 66. Excuse you, Mr. Ben. Oh, hey, something new for Minoko.
Yeah, it definitely hurts him. I think I saw one more path.
That's good. We're weakening him.
This feels off.
I wonder what mask this is. I wonder what they could have done differently with the areas, aside from, like, trying to integrate them into the story better, or like I was saying earlier, like giving you an area where you can peruse all these paintings, right, before you visit the zones. It'd be cool to, like, theme the areas around famous paintings in the first place. Go to, like, fucking Hieronymus Bosch hell triptych world, right?
They seem so joyful. I'm almost jealous.
On the surface, at least.
Very much like that one zone in Elden Ring. It's true, I didn't even think about that.
Useful.
Like, it didn't even occur to me that that's what they were trying to present it as, like the boss could be harder.
That's a color improvise.
Yeah, I feel like they should, like, make you go do the things to make the boss harder for some kind of a reward.
Ready to strike.
I guess we can go ahead and learn this while it's not causing a problem for me. Alright, so now I have to pick a stat to invest in. I guess if I'm going to be changing weapons, I should go ahead and go with luck, because luck does affect damage a little bit.
Useful.
'69th Expedition. Fleur. Good thing Anthony upgraded all the climbing handholds. Not only are they much easier to install in the cliff faces, they're also a lot nicer to use. We're setting the last few handholds tomorrow.
They're just really into climbing. It's fun.
These caverns and see the sun again. I can't wait to rejoin the mountaineering team. I still remember that first mountain we scaled. Watching the sun rise above the clouds was magical. But rappelling down as we set the handholds was pure exhilaration. I know some of the others chafe at being restricted to recon only. I get it's not very satisfying making maps and prepping trails while people are dying. But this prep work will pay off in the long run. It may not be glamorous.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to do
truly
the second
essential
stat
work
spiky, because I'm
really
switching
is.
between two different weapons
Doesn't
where
make
the
it any less
secondary stat is
important.
different on them.
And as the Expedition 69 motto says, we are literally laying a trail for the ones who come after. Step by step, handhold by handhold, each expedition carries the next one forward.
Let me just make sure that that's the case. I didn't luck out and they both have the same scaling. Defense, agility, vitality, agility. I got their little pitons. I really like stuff that implies other works that will never get made. It's like my jam. So one of my favorite things about Dark Souls 3, the Dark Souls 3 is actually Dark Souls 100 trillion. There's been a bunch of off-screen Dark Souls sequels that we never got to play.
Ready to strike. I think I'll improvise.
The mime outfits are very funny. It's a really good bit.
Great.
Yeah, I agree. Game wouldn't be possible without them. Game just ends because you can't climb an arbitrary cliff somewhere. Okay. I'd love to actually equip warming up at some point so I can start learning 2 things at a time, but it's fine.
Good
Confident
stuff.
fighter. Oh, that'll be good. That's just like flat damage for me. Well, I am playing on normal difficulty, which I guess isn't what I should have done. I don't know. I will always play on normal. I'm not going to entertain it.
I'll manage. Prepare for oblivion.
I don't think Sprong is really making that much of a difference. It's like mildly convenient to get to go twice right on the first turn, but I don't think it really has caused me to win a fight that I wouldn't have won otherwise, or causing things to end before the computer gets to go and they would have gone otherwise, right? Light damage can burn on crit. 3 burn instead of mark. I like how some of these are really transformative, that you could really build around them. I think the game, it needs like a Final Fantasy X Monster Arena amount of content to justify the insane number of cool builds that you could make that are mostly unnecessary with the way the game is structured. Because that's what I loved about that Monster Arena, even though it's kind of Blood from a Stone content, it's 100% like, here's the fight where you really need to have the null spells that are usually garbage in every other Final Fantasy, right? Yeah, it seems cool. I'm going to try to make the lightning one happen if, in fact, it doubles the number of hit splats. Meeting Sprung was a symptom, yeah.
Time to end this. I'll manage.
I'm only underwhelmed by burn at the moment because at least, unless if there's a Pictos that changes it later, it's only 99.99 damage per enemy turn. I guess if you go up against an enemy that acts like 50 times in a row or something, it could be really good, but... Let's see what this is. Okay, more stuff on break. Kind of want to try this lightning thing.
I think that's all of them.
Get a chance to.
We should be up. To fight the Axon properly now.
Let's answer this thing's invitation.
Cool. It's a much better zone than the other zone. What are you talking about? Not an enemy. No, that's cute. Three different elemental subzones.
He who guards truth with lies.
Exactly what it sounds like.
God.
Were there like enemies here before?
Or God is in control.
Yes.
It's a Blemmy. You a drummer? Yeah, it's cool. I do like that they made a bit of an effort to make the two different zones themed around the Axon. If these guys are like your, you know, Dark Souls, 4 Great Souls. I think this zone did a better job of it than the other one. The other one would have been cool if they had done the Bloodborne thing. Where we had more cool, like, sanity sequences.
I'll manage. Prepare for oblivion. My turn.
He's not allowed to die in one hit. I do like this guy. Mouth of Sauron, motherfucker.
People want so badly to know what's behind the mask. Front, back, recto, verso. Great art is both window and mirror. Whether it's your mask Or this.
Harmless, huh?
He's the real axe.
I like that. That's a cool twist.
We all need masks, but how you use them.
It's also very soulsy. It's cool. It just like picks up the turn where you left off. It's a mid-combat cutscene there. Got screwed by the shot there. It's fine. Immaculate. Until the hit is received. Okay.
We did it.
Another cool boss fight.
We all need masks.
Yeah, I think a monster arena would go a long way in this game. It's probably the most justifying of a monster arena everywhere, especially if you designed every single boss as like envisioning a specific weapon build or combo or something that was great at it, and it was still winnable without necessarily using that. I do think that building aspect of this game is really interesting, and there's just nothing for you to actually test your build on, right? Whoa.
You okay? What happened?
If I could fight Mask Axon again, but he's like a little bit blue, that'd be fun. I think you literally don't even need to give any of them new attacks, right? They generally don't have new attacks in Final Fantasy X's Monster Arena. Like, if you fight the big Tonberry, it's just a Tonberry. It just, they calibrated its elemental resistances and speed and stuff around you needing to bring a specific build with you. Just would be relatively inexpensive to implement compared to the much more daunting task of making the game feel balanced from beginning to end, regardless of how much side content you're doing. Because if you wanted to instead do a thing where it's like, okay, if we did a lot of side content that we're going to enhance the main story bosses, that's much harder, I think, than just making palette swapped versions of all the bosses that are intended to be fought towards the end of the game. It's good. It's... like I said, it's Blood from a Stone. The biggest problem with it is that capturing the monsters is a giant fucking pain in the ass that isn't fun or interesting. But the actual boss fights are awesome. They're all, every single one of them is a puzzle.
You again.
I love these scenes.
Why?
Well,
What did you see this time?
I don't know. Oh, a woman. It was... Why do I keep seeing things?
We're gonna find out, Mal. It's the big twist to the game. Something's going on with you.
Who are you?
I think this game's like core is fucking outstanding. The whole like setting idea of the different expeditions and the paintress and the gommage, it rules. It's really good. And I think they mostly live up to it. If you consider all the main story cutscenes and stuff, like in order, and don't think about the kind of pacing issues of spending time doing side content in between them, it all is done very well, in my opinion. I don't think this is like a cool idea that they wasted. Barrier breaker. You can now face the paintress. That's cool. It has to be for her. Breaks all its shields. Do I need to level that up? Does she need to be in my party for the paintress? Okay. It's gonna get used in a cutscene or something. I'm just wanted to know for... I'll plan and try to give her some points and stuff. Upgrade the weapon. I need to get more of those. We were gonna do the lightning guy. I want to see if... Yeah, I want to see if this is an extra source of damage. It's called Contorso. Oh, I need a grandiose. Fuck. I think that's the gradient element, right? When you do gradient attacks, it pops up. Is there any enemy I can fight right now that reliably drops that resource? Because I want to try this this thing.
You're finally here.
We are.
You ready?
Yeah.
I'm bored. Let's play cards or throw some dice.
Nuh-uh. You always cheat.
I assume
No.
this encounter with the paintress can't be the end of the game because, like,
the weak cry foul when their skills
I haven't
fail
broken
them.
the damage limit yet, and
The
I assume I
other
didn't just like
jackals
miss an
never wanna play
island
with
that
you
gave me the
either.
ability to break damage
Are they
limit.
all weak? Poor losers. Fine.
This is like going to
How about a
Xanarkand, I
duel?
guess.
We haven't had a proper duel in ages. Yes, a duel.
Yeah, I
would
can't
be even
fly,
more
I
fun.
can't dive
Get our
in
blood flowing.
submarine locations.
All right. Get ready to lose.
Yeah, you are the most dead anyone has ever been before, Minoko. I'm sorry.
I'll improvise.
Oh wow, he actually has some stats. Good for him. Yeah, I figured.
Bring it on. I've lived through worse. You're outmatched.
Minoko, you did much better than the Axons. Oh, it gave me some grandiose chroma catalyst. Thanks, game. How'd you know?
You, sir, have been defeated.
You got lucky.
Ah,
Yeah.
Only the weak cry foul when their skills fail them.
You're right. Or I guess I'm right, since I said that.
I love all these scenes. They're so good.
You have grown more formidable than I remembered. Your skills are strong. I respect your...
And I respect your loss. You were right, old friend. That was fun. Come on, let's go get a drink. I'm parched.
I love these two. They're great. Is the gradient attack with the most attacks per gradient point CLs, or have I not seen one yet? a little bit too bad that they all share the same bonus turn system, but I guess it would be a little bit too busted. You can't hand out extra turns like that. Nothing more fundamentally broken than the ability to act more times in a game that's based on actions. Okay, I want to try that out. I need to, like, find an enemy that'll be strong enough to not die instantly. I guess the ones in the icy area I can go try it on.
You're finally here.
We are.
You ready?
Yeah.
Yeah, Sealed Strike is 6.5 per turn on average.
Me too.
Did you know sorry was my first rock?
Flying Rock.
Really?
Francois was super jealous, but he got one from Clair instead.
Wait. Francois has his own set of rocks. Why does he keep stealing yours then?
Because we're buddies. Francois is so fun.
They fucking kill Eskier at this point.
Still thinking about what you saw.
It's like that scene at the end of Dispatch where it's like they pick the one character that everyone in the game is going to be invested in to, like, put at risk. Get you emotionally invested in the conclusion.
You okay?
Is Lightning Dance similar to the fire thing where you have to let it run repeatedly?
What's wrong?
Yeah, I imagine Shot's build gets pretty crazy once you start
Nothing,
getting more AP
just
refunds on different
Thinking about Gustav
things.
and Lucien and everyone. Every time I think I've managed to contain it, a wave comes out of nowhere and drags me away.
I know.
How do you do it? After all these years?
They say time heals all wounds.
Does it?
But I guess death heals all wounds too. Bad joke. Sorry. Death is not necessarily final.
What does that mean?
Gustav lives on in other ways, right? Through your memories, through his influence on your life and everyone else's, through the Lumina Converter and his research.
Lumina Converter and his
That's
research
true,
is
but
definitely the biggest thing of those.
It's not very comforting when I'm missing him.
Try talking to him. I'm serious. It helps. Or at least, it helps me. I imagine what they would say. How they would react to things. It helps me
Oh, Lightning Dance
keep
crits
them
hit
alive
twice, I see.
in my mind.
That'd be pretty busted.
Try that.
Especially if I can guarantee crits by being alone. That was nice.
I can't believe we're this close.
Yeah.
Thank you. CL was right about you.
Oh. Actually, I should thank you. I wouldn't have got this far on my own.
Tomorrow comes.
Working on the 33's journal. You planning to die anytime soon?
Well, you never know what tomorrow brings. Not to you, but to us.
Do you always take such copious notes?
Since I was 4.
Really? 4?
That's what happens when you have obsessive researchers for parents.
Still, 4 is young.
Not anymore. Not when you only live to 32.
Yeah, since she just gets 100% crit for free.
Everyone in
I think
Lumiere
honestly
says
that's a little
membership
too
is 6,
strong. I think it's
and
cool that
I was
they
apprenticed
enabled the
to my
solo
parents,
build,
so
but
they started
it's
in
too bad
May.
that it, like, makes you completely not care about an entire stat that's on, like, a third of the Pictos and is like a feature of a bunch of the Pictos and is like one of the main stats that you can level up.
Working with your parents. Sounds fun.
Yeah.
They needed a research assistant who never went home. The obvious solution? Birth your own. Look at you, getting me to talk about myself.
Doesn't that feel
Doesn't
nice?
that feel nice? My parents were both artists. Widely respected, very prominent artists. So, there was a great deal of pressure to follow in their path.
You're an artist, then?
Not the kind they wanted me to be.
Meaning...
Music is my passion.
Is that because he's at 1 health? Because I thought that that was like based on enemies exploding on me.
What do you play?
I thought it was like Bloodborne, right?
You?
Piano, mostly. But a little guitar as well. You know how to summon an instrument from Pictos, right?
Who doesn't?
Of course you do.
They introduced that mechanic on purpose. Let's start a band.
Great. Let's start a band.
Verso is fucking great.
Expedition 33, the band. I like that.
I don't know if you've really considered how much they could have fucked. He could have been so bad. Like, especially after Gustav dying and him, like, just replacing... He's so great, though, and they really threaded that needle. Huge risk. They could have taken the really easy way out, too, which would have been to have him be a fucking boring, brooding asshole. But he's like a goof. It's great.
You seem preoccupied.
It's nothing. Just nerves. It's been a long road to get here.
Extra long for you, I imagine.
You, on the other hand, seem quite relaxed. You're not nervous?
Of course I am, but...
Actually, I said that they don't have enough dissatisfaction in their heart. And I guess there are 2 other things that they seem dissatisfied with. One is JRPG storytelling. Hey, let's make a JRPG, but have the story not actually be ass. There are some good JRPG stories, but I think that they're in the minority. And then the other thing is the very first gestural beach, where they're like, the reward for this is a swimsuit. And then it's one of those fucking striped French swimsuits, and it's for a guy the first time. It's really good. I get it. Yeah, what if people could actually die in our story? What if there were actual stakes?
Is that why you use a scythe?
I guess, yeah. Once a farmer, always a farmer.
Is a double-headed scythe very useful on a farm, though?
Double the efficiency. You should see how quickly I can harvest crops.
I'll bet. I used to love the gardens of Lumiere. It must look quite different now.
Probably a lot more variety than back then. The Outdome teams brought back loads of new plants from the surrounding islands. That's actually how I met Pierre. I asked his team for honey petal samples. He brought me a bouquet of them, and 15 boxes of plant cuttings.
Smart man. If you want to romance a farmer, live plants are probably better than dead
99 luck plus 3 crit Prictos. Okay, that's not as bad as I thought.
Flowers are nice too.
I figured the luck scaling was less insane than that.
You don't talk about your husband much. Sorry.
It's okay. It's just... It still hurts that he's gone. Neither of us were perfect, but we were perfect for each other.
What happened to him? You don't have to talk about it.
He died in an accident on one of the islands near Lumiere. His body washed away.
I'm... sorry.
I was prepared for his
Well, I thought spiky meant the, like, passive crit as, like, the stat on the equipped Pictos rather than the effects, which are pretty strong, too.
Together. It's okay. I've learned to be grateful for the time we did have, instead of angry at the time we lost.
That's a good way to look at it. You were lucky to have found each other. Not everyone has that.
Yeah, I am. Very lucky.
Well, I can't compete with that.
You're competing in a different event.
And that's a nice way to say fling. Is there a future where I might compete in the same event?
Let's just focus on today. And by today, I mean tonight.
We'll use, but I like it.
That might not be a good idea.
Problematic age
I
gap.
don't know if I can keep my feelings casual.
I understand. Good night.
He's a good friend in Verso. Listen, it's what's the XKCD calculation? Age divided by 2 plus 7. So she would have to be 57 for it to not be weird at 100. They try to write her as an old soul, though, so. Alright, I guess now we just do luck. Gives me, so it does give me speed, which I would like. Yeah, at this point, the extra damage is overkill. I mean, maybe I'll respec it later. Oops. No one's even half his age. I do think that they wrote those scenes well, where it's like they obviously had romantic tension immediately and like did a lot to defray it being weird early on. And of the characters, Ciel is the one that's the least creepy, right? Maybe Minoko.
We've done it.
We're really going to face the Paintress.
Next time.
Finally break this cycle.
Exactly. Minoko, see, if they weren't cowards.
That being said, someone here has been hiding a terrible secret.
I'm kidding.
Us.
What are you talking about?
You thought we'd never find out, didn't you? Nobody ever wondered what Esquier was made of, did they?
Hey, Ben.
Esquier and I had a chat.
I'm sorry, Verse. She promised me sweet
What?
rocks.
Is that wine?
It's really funny.
I stored my personal stashes. All excellent vintages.
Hey, Ben.
I don't normally share, but I suppose tonight deserves an exception.
Mon ami.
Whoever did the mocap for Lune there look great.
Stop drinking alone.
You a baby? You being
To
real
your
bad?
great generosity.
There's a
I
post
don't know how you can like this.
recently that was like, you need to rage bait your cat a little bit, and only cat owners understand that.
It comes with age.
Just a little
Do
bit.
you have apple juice?
You can go down.
Yeah, I'll leave you to it.
A nice scene. I had the scene earlier about my sister. She looks a lot like my elm. curious where they're going with it. There's a bunch of possibilities that they've left open.
My beautiful sister doesn't need this ugly mask.
That's nice. Aw.
You embrace her, yet you're condemning her to die.
You brought him here.
I'm not here to fight. But my son, do you know what it means to disappear into nothingness?
Don't.
Have you thought through the consequences? Not just for you, or even me, but for them. Their memories, their dreams, their love for each other. Who really is the one painting death, and who paints life instead? We exist, and we will exist for as long as she wants.
I like where they're going with this.
We want to spoil what we've been given. Sometimes we paint the bars of our own prison. Your despair blinds you. You think you're ready to pay the price. But are you willing to let them pay the price for you?
May everything be decided before their very eyes.
Cool.
Between the bars of their prison.
In the shadow of the monolith.
Pretty excited.
Shadow of the monolith.
They've done a really great job. I don't know, there's probably a term for it, but I think of it as like threshold fiction, right? Where you're always like really interested in crossing this mysterious threshold. And they've done it twice. It's like just coming to this land in the first place and then actually going up to deal with the Painters. They keep building it up,
I drank too much last
letting you
night.
speculate on what it's going to be like.
I can't remember a thing.
The suicide mission in Mass Effect 2 is like that as well. All right, real quick, we're at time, but I want to test this weapon. It's kind of annoying. There's no like fast travel, so I can't like quickly go fight a difficult enemy, can I? I'm too powerful. I guess I could just try to fight an enemy on an island. I just want to see if it is guaranteed to do a second hit or not. Let's remove them. And then do Contorso. Curious, if you have 4 people in the back, like who does it decide is in the backup party when you die? Never actually tried that. Alright, so I should crit no matter what. Okay, that's the most busted sword in the game. I shouldn't have put all my points into the other one. Whoops. Does it apply to everything? I wonder if it if those 3 die, if the last one gets one more last stand, that would be pretty funny. Okay. I will use that weapon then. So far, I don't want most of that, but the third thing is too powerful. I've saved recently, right? I guess I can force it by changing costumes. I don't see the save icon. Just enter his zone really fast. I think that ends up being the problem, though, is that like the only thing that matters at this point is extra hits. It doesn't matter how much damage they do or what the element is or if it's a status effect or whatever. Let me just... I'm not seeing the icon, so... Okay, we're good. Cool. I love this game. It's really good. Talk some shit, but it's really well done.